Okay, welcome in everyone. This is part 6 of our cold Spellbreaker fresh start. Start right away by drinking an XP pot. And believe we may have left off not having done Pine Barrens last time, so we'll do Pine Barrens and then we'll go back to Homestead. We're 82, so hopefully we should hit 94. Yeah, these are both level 70. Once we hit 94, we'll look into different options for our weapons. Spectral Longsword is sort of the most basic way of going about it, and it's good. There is a part of me that's considering whether I want to use Locksmere. So Locksmere daggers will lose some conversion of flat pierce, but we will get a bunch of points in, I think, Nadala's justifiable ends. They also have minus 0.3 second to Shadow Strike, so that means that we'll be Shadow Striking a lot more often. So, yeah, most of our gear is level 70-ish or so, so I think we'll just push to 94, and once we hit 94, we'll start farming replacements. We will kind of devolve into a farming stream at that point. So we definitely want more than 10% Phys Res. There's a pretty good chance that we'll get boots that have Phys Res on them. There are a few options, we just need one of them to drop. Welcome in, Viley, good day. Alright, it's level 83. Hold on. Ordered of Incantations boots. Yeah, they don't have move speed. That's the one thing that I kind of am hesitant about. But yeah, if you don't need move speed, there are a lot of good options, but right now at least we do. Blighted of Almarasta's Flurry. I don't know how great that is. It is a triple rare. It's probably worth throwing in the stash. Mythical Crest of Winter Fortitude. So yeah, this gives me elemental res, flat health, a bunch of cold damage. Doesn't have the +3 to Nightfall or the + to Shadow Strike though, so for us it's not perfect. But it is a It is a nice medal. Okay, that's the Pine Barrens quest done. That should get us another level. Like 99% sure we've turned this quest in already, but it is an attribute point, so yeah, we're good. Just in case my memory failed me. So level 84 is where we first start getting some potential legendary gear that'll be endgame viable. I think most of what we want is going to be 94, but we'll see. Right. let's figure out where the hive is. Yep, there we go. Misery Dervish to 100, SR20 done. Still weird for me to see SR20 and have to remember that that now means SR50 in the old system, but... Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, if you've done SR20, you've made some good progress. Build's at least reasonable, and just finishing things off. Amalgamation can hit a little bit hard sometimes. I mean, that's one way to finish the leveling is get the blooms you need.
There was mud ice. My scouts have reported back.
Just the person. There are two other. The one you.
Hey G2, welcome in. Yeah, no, we're not doing the cannons, and if you're a new player watching this, there's a very good chance you'll accidentally kill yourself on the Aether Ground trying to rescue the cannon, so don't do that quest. And that's actually true. You can get some decent XP in SR as well.
May the spec.
Yeah. See, we won't be getting Fabius for a while. Alright, let's soft cap Phantasmal Armor. Alright, so we ran by, but there is a quest here. So this isn't as important on a fresh start, but if you already have a merit which lets you fast travel between different rift gates, and you rescue this witch on normal, you can talk to her in Coven immediately after that, and that will activate Coven as a faction, which means any of the beasts you kill on your way to getting to the Coven will start giving you rep a little bit earlier. But yeah, on a fresh start where you don't have a merit, that really doesn't matter, because you're not going to get to talk to her for a while anyway. Another Manticore Eye, nice. Wow. It's funny, we took so long to get Manticore Eyes, and now that we don't need them, we just drop 2 immediately. So here we get the Bloodgrove Rift, and then we can do some of the quests. So one of the quests is down here. We have to go clear out an area. So right now I'm thinking I'm probably, for my next build, I'm going to do another sort of quasi-fresh start. Another Nightblade. And I guess the question will become, do we do Pierce or do we do Acid? I may let you guys vote on that. I'll probably do both, so it'll just be which one do I do first. So these are an item that you pretty much never use in the real world if you have good gear. We lose +2 to lethal assault and some slow res, but we gain armor, we gain health, probably lose a little bit of OA, and we gain a bunch of elemental damage, 64% elemental damage and 85% frostburn versus just 45% cold and no frostburn. Yeah, like overall this is a actually a pretty nice item to end up with, and it's level 84, which means we can equip it right away. Pulvar. Can be a little sketchy, especially if you don't have good chaos res. If you do, still, depending on his weapons, can be a little scary, but not always that bad. Alright. Yeah, so these shoulders don't have fizz res, which is one thing we kind of do want. But they are still an upgrade on our current shoulders, I think. It's actually... oh. Okay, our slow res is 75, so we lose Amarasa's Flurry. It drops it to 40, which isn't great. But we at least have some slow res. So yeah, I think that item wins out. So it's one thing, if you're on a fresh start, you'll notice some gear that isn't usually that attractive, at least for a while, can be a little bit compelling. So we'll go back to Homestead, we'll turn in these quests. Go turn in the Stars Bastion quest as well.
I am told I could not agree when the Legion was forced to...
So, Scaled Hide isn't that expensive, but this is also not that amazing of a shoulder, so it's not something I would ever put in my stash. So I'll just blow it up and keep the Scaled Hide.
There you are. Come, come. I have something that required nearly a century ago. A map.
So this is actually worth taking because we were going to want to get Elena's necklace at some point. So yeah, our resists all look very good right now, which is great. You know, we're Devil's Crossing, so we can tell Barnabas we have food. And some more points in pneumatic burst. You know, it's funny, in all my time playing, this might actually be the first time I'm using this item. We'll turn in the Saurus Bastion stuff as well next time it's convenient. And now we're kind of at a level where 94 gear can drop, so it's very much a C totem, click totem situation for the most part. And once we actually hit 94, we'll be farming for direct upgrades for pretty much everything. Yeah, the Cortosian scrolls. I mean, it's the health, the percent damage, the Aether, and Chaos Res are all nice. It's just if you have a full stash, there's almost no scenario where you would ever use that. So it's kind of cool to end up using something random. So, this is a example of a triple rare that's just terrible. Because the Zarya Amulet is about pet bonuses, and both rare affixes, the prefix and the suffix, neither actually has any relevant pet bonuses. Go figure. So, if we were playing a bleed build, or is it a bleed trickster, this is one of the top tier weapons that you would want, potentially the Cyan of Crimson Wakes. We are not playing a bleed build, so we don't really care. See totem, click totem. If we get the mythical version of the pants we're wearing, that would be fantastic. Obviously don't count on that, but Tome of Atonement's interesting. Storm Serpent set is great for a lightning trickster, but we're not a lightning build, so not that important for us. I think it's pretty rare in Grim Dawn, especially if you're on a somewhat fresh account or just doing an SSF run, that you're not going to find something that would be good for another character. Which, especially if you're new to the game, might make you want to re-roll and try a bunch of different stuff, which is great. You should absolutely do that. Anyway, Sorrow's Bastion. And we'll go back to Homestead as well.
Why do you have let's I've already informed
You're here, but the cult.
safe storage. No questions asked.
sell off some stuff.
See you around. Yeah, sometimes I'm being lazy about picking up stuff. Hypothetically, we need the iron, but it's going to be a while before it really matters. We have plenty of time to just do totems and get iron through other means. But generally, on a fresh start, every bit of iron you can get is helpful.
we saw a totem, so here we are. That's going to get us to level 89. Alright, so we're at Fort Icon. We'll talk to Inquisitor Creed quickly. Get the quest for Commander Lucius. But before we actually do that quest, we are going to go back to the Blood Grove and do the Ethereal Essence quest for Death's Vigil. So we'll also open up a couple of additional quests that we can do for them. Since we don't have Lokar and we didn't have XP pots for the entire time, we were normally 94 easily by this point, but we are definitely the fresh start and not having low XP pots until you finish Elite definitely slows things down. Killed her before her shield was up. That's pretty good. This boss doesn't really do anything for us, but he noticed us, so I guess we'll fight him. And there, we don't need the shrine, but it's a combat shrine, which means it's not like we have to give any materials. And we might get something good. Turns out not too much, but we can at least sell all this stuff for iron. Hey, welcome in, Matty boy. Yeah, I've been watching Rolly for a while. He used to be Saturday, Sunday, and stream for a little bit longer in the morning. So, I'd wake up, and it was the perfect thing to do while drinking my coffee. We're doing a basically fresh start in that all the gear we've found or crafted. I didn't fully reset blueprints or anything like that, but I'm also not crafting insane stuff. So if we do this quest, we then get another quest where we immediately get some more XP. Alright, so we'll kill Lucius now. Yeah, Grim Dawn is probably my all-time favorite game at this point. There's so many different builds you can do. I feel like it still holds up pretty nicely. It got a lot of fundamentals right. Necro Shaman, so a Ritualist. Pet or like Primal Strike or something else like that. Welcome in as well, Morndale. How's it going? Yeah, I think everyone's very much looking forward to Fangs of Asterkarn. Hold on. Warlords of Vicious Barbs. I mean, are you ever going to play a Pierce Warlord? But I mean, it's still a triple rare chess piece, so I guess we'll hold on to it. Main build is pets, trying to incorporate Primal Strike. I think generally sticking to pets or not pets and not trying to combine is going to get you better results, but so let's say play the pet build and then make another build that's non-pets. You can even use the pet build to farm for it. You'll probably end up having better results that way, but I mean, as long as you're enjoying yourself and having fun, then there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Vicious Barbs is health and chaos rise. Okay, yeah, I guess that's not bad.
Good work down there.
Quickly sell a couple more things. mean, this doesn't have health. It doesn't have Aether Res. It has more OA as Elemental Awakening in his Conjures. Yeah, we're finding all the stuff that's only interesting when you have no gear in your stash, since we're simulating a fresh start. Alright, drop the components into our... make sure we drop components into our personal stash. Like, usually you drop them into your shared stash, but since I'm trying to kind of segregate these out, can't do that. Alright, let's put some more into physique. I'm sorry, Anastasia, I still draw the line at giving you crafting materials. Alright. So one option for a Cold Shadow Strike build, in addition to Spectral Longswords, is the Locksmere Dagger that I was talking about. Locksmere is not a guaranteed spawn, but we can go over here and see if he shows up for us. Now, the important thing to know with Locksmere is he will nullify you. It's like an arcane, except you can't dodge it, it just hits you. So you want to be careful and disciplined when you're fighting him. Main thing I suggest is you watch your buff bar, and the second all these buffs go away, you have your you have a finger on Mirror, which gives you 3 seconds of invulnerability, or an Aether Cluster, which dramatically reduces the damage you take. Important to hit that after you get nullified, otherwise the Locksmere's nullification will also nullify your defensive counter, and then you're probably just going to die. So... And he also has a 4-second initial timeout, so if you have a lot of damage and kill him quickly, I don't think we're quite that fast, then you don't have to worry about getting nullified, but you know, kind of in general assume you're not going to have that level of damage, especially on a fresh start. I say that and we managed to not get nullified. Okay, Tacticians of Alacrity. So that's pretty worthless for affixes. I mean, Alacrity is okay. But yeah, the key to this sword is it's +2 to Nightfall, +2 to Nadala's Justifiable Ends, minus 0.3 second recharge to Shadow Strike. +2 to Nadala's Justifiable Ends is another 0.1 second off Shadow Strike. So this is giving you 0.4 seconds off Shadow Strike. If you're dual wielding these, it's 0.8. Yeah, this is Vanilla Grim Dawn, Maddie. I think I kind of want to play Locksmere, so once we hit 94, we're going to farm Locksmere for a little bit to get weapons. I never did a Misery Dervish, no, Viley. I've done 2 dervishes on hardcore, the Chill Heart Cold Eye Reckoning, which I did on vanilla, and then I did the Locksmere with Acid Affixes season special. So it's like low cooldown Acid Shadow Strike. Yeah, that's pretty nice plus to skills, absolutely. Well, that's an arcane. We probably should have focused on them right away.
Took you long enough. The codes have it appears that the rich.
Alright, so that's level 91. So you usually don't have to bother with, if you have mandates and everything, you usually don't have to bother with these quests unless you actually want the items from the bosses, or you're trying to grind infamy with a faction so that their nemesis mob shows up. But in this case, we don't have merits or mandates. So doing this quest is helpful for rep. It's also just more XP. Yeah, there's a good amount of stuff to do in even vanilla Grim Dawn. So yeah, we stand in this corner like so. We should be able to click this entrance. So this quest, we just kill all the stuff that spawns. Okay, reflect mob. We're going to be taking some damage from that for a minute. But, you know, we fortunately had a mirror, and if we needed, we had a cluster, but yeah. Reflect damage is always a little dangerous. Yeah, we are sundered. Alright, quest complete. So these do have +2 to Shadow Strike. They have movement speed, they have DA. Like the boots we have now, they don't have Phys Res, but since we're comparing them to something with no Phys Res, they will be an upgrade at 94, so we will probably put them on unless something better shows up in the next 3 levels. Yeah, 91% Poison Res is pretty substantial. Alright. I may have turned in that quest when the XP pod expired.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left. Iron well spent. Got something you stashed. I'll keep an eye on.
So we haven't fought Dreeg's boss on this difficulty. But basically doing that, dropping the runestone and picking it up will let us, if we want to go to the Soleil boss, we can do that. And realistically, we probably should do Hidden Path. Usually if you have a merit, it'll give you the quest rewards from normal and elite. But since we didn't use a merit, we'll actually get all 3 at once, because I believe it's one of the changes in patch 1.2.1 that if you do a quest that has skill or attribute point rewards on all 3 difficulties, you'll get the lower difficulty points if you just do it once on ultimate. It's a nice little bit of quality of life. We can also do the Ouroboros quest. For nothing else, we need to farm Gale Slice. Alright, hold on. Okay, here we go. So, don't fight this boss without Chaos Res. Try not to stand in the pools that they summon as well. I think they have a Doom Bolt too. Impervious of Balance Steel, I mean... These are kind of insane resistances, and... These might, even though they're only the level 92, which means it's an 84 base with level 92 affixes, these are going to be really, really hard for us to pass up in terms of the flexibility they're going to give us with every other part of the build. So, yeah. We might be wearing those for a bit. Welcome back, Morndale. It's a level 92 drop, but in terms of a solo self-found run, these resistances are pretty darn good. Okay. Let's actually drink the XP pot and go to Astrakarn Road. We'll do Hidden Path. Yeah, it is a shame it's 92. As much as the mythical version of this is really strong for a low cooldown Shadow Strike build, it's hard to pass up really good resistances. Alright, that's going to give us some more attribute points. And other ARPGs, Diablo 1, way back in the day, and PoE 2, and honestly that's I think that's pretty much it. I played other different styles of RPGs, but Grim Dawn is kind of what brought me back into action ARPGs. Or action RPGs. Yeah, Diablo 2, especially for its day, was supposedly really good. I think, and anyone who has the nostalgia factor for it probably really enjoys Diablo 2 Resurrected. For me, though, I think looking back, or kind of looking at how dated certain parts of it seem, it would be a little harder for me to enjoy. It also has a bit of a different character development philosophy where you're just grinding forever to get to level 99. Whereas Grim Dawn really is focused on alts. So, Mythical Eastern Leggings. It's like health away, Fizz Res. It's not really great for us. Alright, kill anything that might possibly be a healer. It's hard to look and see what everyone is when you're in the middle of combat, but... Shrewd of the Winter... Shrewd is not great. Of the Winter Storm is nice, but... Yeah, so we lose health, we gain elemental res, we lose OA. We get a bunch of extra damage. Like we're definitely refarming that because that roll is just not good enough. And we are not going to do the Celestial Totem. That is, in my view, an exception to the whole C totem, click totem thing. Because you really need to be ready for it. We may have overshot the one of our objectives, but the monstrosity that we have to fight on the Urubur quest is over here, so... Totem... What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in. So yeah, this guy, we fight and he drops a book. And if you're interested, there is this quest for the Outcast where you kill a beast and get its fang, which we might actually do because it'll give us a little bit more XP. And we can make up the Lost Rep with Black Legion pretty easily. Though we may... Do we already have this Fang? Or... It's, I guess we do. We must have done this on normal for the shrine. Oh well. So we did it twice. Putting the Death Knight through Skeleton Key dungeons. Nice. You doing any SR stuff with it, or just the key dungeons? The most work you've put into a build, that's definitely something. Forget if you're softcore or hardcore. I was gonna say, if you're softcore, there's no risk in pushing and testing to see what it can do, but hardcore maybe not. Softcore don't want to lose builds. Yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people feel that way. Okay, 92. It's fair to lose it unexpectedly, but I mean, you definitely still die, especially if you're doing anything challenging. Careful, the poison ground. At some point, definitely need a upgrade our belt. So wait for this poison to go away, and then we can click on the totem. Okay, I'm going to back away from the arcane mob. We oh, there's the arcane projectile, and there's the arcane mob dead. So drops me the wrong Oathkeeper, or the wrong Gargoyle belt. It dropped me the Oathkeeper one. To the combat shrine. Careful not to get swarmed by the exploding dogs. So we got hit by the Sunder, but we did nullify it. Now we want to pull him away from his shard, which gives him healing and other things. got sundered again, but he was about to die, so it didn't matter. So yeah, we got 3 skill points since we didn't do this on the lower difficulties. I think we'll keep putting points in lethal assault. Can do a quick run to see if the boss here has a spectral longsword. We may be switching to Locksmere anyway, but it's also possible we get a slight temporary upgrade. We never went in here on ultimate. It's no real need since we had the shrines and everything, but we'll do this nonetheless. Glacial Spectral Longsword of Frostbite. That's kind of what we're talking about, and it is level 92, so we can equip this right away. It's a pretty substantial damage upgrade as well. And it's always helpful to, even if you're in a farming state, to be able to kill stuff a little bit faster when you're farming. And he has a Spectral Longsword as well. Shield of Fury isn't fantastic. The raw stats from being a level 94 weapon probably still make it an improvement, but it's not quite as decisive. Alright, so when we turn in the Ligorian quest, we'll get our Black Legion rep back up to Revered. So, in the meantime,
I do the best I can with what I've
throw
got.
in a Cold Stone. I'll put on the Spectral Longsword that we can use. Also have Shield of the Sage is probably the one we replace. It's had the Dermapter and stuff on it, so yeah, we see here nice little damage upgrade.
Bring it back here.
So Anasteria needs an Ancient Heart, Tainted Brain Matter, and Blood. All of which we have in reasonable abundance. And then we'll give her the Fang. And then once we go into Ligorian's dungeon and do all that, we should be close to 94 and back to Revered with Black Legion. At which point we're ready to just start optimizing our build and finding better gear. Alright, so that gets us almost to 93. Turn in the Ouroboros quest as well, the Sorrow's Bastion. I'm not... I'll do the Elena quest once we have slightly better gear. All right, so we've got 720k XP to go to 94 now. So normally we're going to take a +1 Nightblade belt. If this had resistances on it, it would be a lot more interesting, but this is +1 to Arcanist, plus Phantasmal Armor, OA, and a bunch of damage. I think, unfortunately, a Nightblade belt is just going to be better. Like, it's very difficult, unless you're building around it, to justify taking a piece of armor which doesn't have any resistances on it. Alright. Alright, Ultimate Ligorian, here we come. Let's avoid the Sunder.
You've returned. So our great moment. Good, you're back. I struggle to admit that. You see, the Luminari have long been a...
Excuse me. My father and I were part of a...
Okay, 16 hours, 9 minutes to 94 on a fresh start. I mean, could absolutely be faster, but speed wasn't really the objective here. Alright, now, so Shield of Fury is a pretty not great roll, but still I mean, just by virtue of being a level 94 item, it's better, but I think I'm not even going to bother putting that on, though. Let's put some gear away. Alright, so if we put on the mythical runic bracers, we lose Pierce Res. But we lose a little OADA as well. We gain health, Chaos Aether, and Poison Res, and it's way more armor. Could even do an Unholy Inscription as well on this, I think. I feel like for now we take the Mythical Runic Bracers. These are just... they're never going to be the best item in the game, but, well, almost never going to be the best item in the game for an endgame build, but they're a really nice defensive option if you don't have a lot of other stuff going for you. So, there we go. Now, also have these boots, which have... we lose some health, which we kind of... oh no, we don't lose health on these, actually. We lose OA, but we gain DA. We get Pierce Aether Res instead of Chaos. We get a bunch of slow res, and +2 to Shadow Strike. So, these are going on.
I'll keep an eye out.
99% poison res. Jeez. It's kind of crazy. This is an item I'm considering just for the elemental damage, Fizz Res and such. I think... yeah. These I'm going to just dump off, and Item Assistant can pick them up later. But we'll keep this for now. We'll remove the augments from a couple of these and put them away as well. We actually are going to be overcapped on Shadow Strike, but if we switch to using Locksmere swords, that won't be true anymore. Oh, right, we don't have a spirit guide here. She died. Okay, remove augment. Remove augment. Alright, so since this is technically an upgrade, even though we're probably not going to keep it for long, I am going to put a cold stone and such on this. I want to post a okay, this is where we are at level 94 before we do any additional farming type of Grim tools. So let me just then yeah, the only other dilemma is, where did I put these Dreeg pants? Yeah, here we go. Impervious, a balanced steel, which gives, we lose +2 to Shadow Strike. We get way more resistance. We get way more health. Like, yeah, this is an absolute no-brainer. So we'll craft a scaled hide and
Let's take a look, shall we?
alright, and so yeah, Pierce and Poison are very comfortable, which means all the Pierce Poison augments we had we can replace with a couple of Aether Chaos to fix that. Actually, we can just put Aether Chaos augments on the gear that we equipped. Yeah. We'll do that for now, and Let me post the fresh 94 Grim Tools. Alright, so we have a fresh 94 character. Living rings, for the most part, are going to need upgrades. Our weapons need upgrades. Belt, definitely. Metal, amulet, chest piece, and helm. Let's see. The thing is, we have a Maven's Wit as is giving us our stun res. We do, however, have access to Runebound Topaz. We're probably gonna need a lot more Aether Crystals, so have to do some Aether Crystal farming. But yeah, all right. In the meantime. Yeah, let's see if we get a better Elena necklace. I mean, for a fresh start character, having 18k health at level 94 feels pretty good. Obviously, our DA is a problem, which we're going to have to fix. Fortunately, a lot of augments will help with that. We'll reset. We'll farm Gale Slice and everything else. We'll do another Cronley run. Now we're still using our level 35 Elena necklace because this is just not convenient to farm mid-campaign leveling. So let's see what we got. Thunderstruck of Mending is pretty terrible. Alright, so yeah, we don't care too much about the thank you for the follow. Seo, I'm butchering that, I'm certain, and I'm sorry, but welcome in. Alright, Coven Honored. So we are, right now, we're only revered with, well, basically revered with Devil's Crossing. Homestead, Mammoth Resistance, Black Legion. Alright. So... let's do a reset. Farm a few more pieces of gear. And then we do need living rings, so we may just kind of push through to Coven on Ultimate. Okay, alright, first things first, do Gale Slice. We're also going to want Serenity as a relic. That's going to be expensive. I'm not even sure we have the Wendigo spirits for it yet. It requires 15. We do get a couple of Wendigo spirits for not killing Laria and for killing the ghost. There's just so much chaos here, it's hard to know if there are healers or not. Mighty of Amarasta's Flurry. So we lose plus the Shadow Strike. We get more cold, we get more physique, we get chaos and slow res. Honestly, not even sure that's an upgrade. Alright, go Elena again. And then once we fight Elena, we'll go back to Cronley's gang. Upside is mobs we're fighting here are beasts, so we do get some Coven rep for farming Elena. It's not a ton, but it's better than absolutely nothing. Alright. Come on, useful drop here, Elena. Consecrated of Frostbite. Okay, let's do the quick comparison. All right. Way more cold damage, way more frostburn damage. Plus the undead don't really care about that. More spirit, percent health, less elemental res, more vit res. We lose bleed res, we get slow res. So, and we can afford to lose the bleed res. So yeah, I think this is a reasonable replacement. It's not amazing, but it's an upgrade for the time being. Alright, this had Hexer's Delight on it. Keep the add-on. We are going to swap some of these out, but yeah, in the meantime, let's see if we can get some upgrades from Cronley. Murder chests or the Ascended Cask. Stanching of the Winterstorm Murderer's Breastplate. Let's see. Stanching is bleed res, which isn't great. We get Piercing Elemental. We lose Chaos a little bit, but we can afford to lose Chaos. We get cold damage. We lose a little bit of health. I mean, obviously and we get +2 to Night's Chill, so that's more RR. Obviously the armor buff is massive. I'm going to keep that for now. I think we'll try to get a few of each and see what overall fits the build the best. And we are SSF, so all the dynamite we can get is always helpful. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this suffix. It's terrible. Kiknos, we won't use Shard of Baranath on this. No, we're doing Shadow Strike mostly, so I'm much more interested in Cold Stone. Flesh Warp Cask. I mean, this is attack speed and armor. I don't know. It is +3 to Mavens. Yeah, let's see. Flesh Warp Cask, maybe. We probably put this on because it was early in the game and it worked pretty well. We would have a problem with Namadea Morndale. We're not hostile with Barahome. Okay, so 94 Flesh Warp Cask is health, pierced, Elirez, and percent OADA to his Chandras. Yeah. It's a fair point. I may actually look at other possibilities. We don't really care about ABB other than Lethal Assault. So Gargoyle Gaze is out. We are friendly with Vigils, so we can't take the Death Whisper Hood. I don't think I will violate. It's a reasonable thing to do, but I'm just not going to. Yeah. Yeah, if I get that, that's an option. The Silver Sentinel, for at least for the time being. I mean, Horn's a Korvac, but yeah, good luck getting that. I think I'm going to stick with the Ascended Cask for now. It may not be the best, but longer term, I'm probably not going. If I can get something that's a non-MI, I probably will. Aggressive of the Drangul. Well, not for this build, but something else maybe. Alright, so we want Gale Slice. Well, we did reset. We might as well kill Solisle boss again. Let me see. We managed to... Thing is, we're at a level where they're not guaranteed to drop level 94 bases, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll also look at Spectral Longswords and you know, the option to switch to Locksmere. So we'll kill Locksmere again. And we are going to have to farm Gale Slice in the future. Blighted of Attack, also level 92. Poison Vid, Aether Bleed, Freeze, OA. Yeah, these are worse. Find a couple of bosses that can wield Spectral Longswords and Locksmere, and then we'll reset again. Shadow Strike is on a 2-second skill recharge. Obviously, the Locksmere Swords is going to... Oh, this isn't even a Spectral Longsword. Yep, I'm not even going to bother killing you now. SR90, let's see, which build is this? Alright, the Electra's Chill, Locksmere, Shore, Namadea, Double Alchemos, Frostra, Death Whisper, Icegorn, Morganeth Step. Sure, why not? Yeah, that seems pretty nice. I think you've showed that before, but it's a good build. It's worth looking at again. an SR90. I'm just translating into the new scaling with the SR36. I'm trying to force myself to do that because, oh, Spectral Longsword. Mage Storm. Thank you for the lightning affix on the Cold Sword game. Alright, so Locksmere not guaranteed to spawn. Is guaranteed to drop his MI, though, if he does spawn. Fewer the random mobs that join the Locksmere fight, the better. Alright, he's not here. Alright, so reset. Get Gale Slice. I think I'm okay with a Consecrated Frostbite Elena Necklace. It's not a best in slot roll, but it's a reasonable roll. It gives some defenses and it gives more damage. But yeah, you definitely want better. Just assume everyone's a healer. Otherwise, the one you miss is going to be. Mage Storm of Spines, that is worthless. Let's go back to Cronley. Yeah, Locksmere spawning at 100% is a nice feature from the mod. Thunderstruck of Spines, Murderer's Breastplate isn't that good. So this is probably more damage and more armor. I feel like it's not good enough to bother putting up. Saboteurs is a that's one of those rolls that we just take. aggressive of protection. No, I can't justify that. Stalwart. No, that's the shoulders, not the chest. Something hurt a little bit. We do need better living rings, so I think we're going to keep resetting, but we may go one rift gate at a time through Malmoth. So that'll give us a chance to get some living rings. If we're truly desperate, we can buy them, but if I can avoid doing that, I kind of want to. Shield of the Sage, Spectral Longsword. It's not really an upgrade. Of the Sage is kind of sag. Shield of Blood. Nope. Don't. What icon? Alright, let's see if we get Locksmere. We've hit for 300,000. DPS is like 140. The lethal assault up. And we're not seeing Locksmere here. Fleshwarp Pauldrons do. I mean, Mighty of Fortitude is terrible. Yeah, no, those are worthless. Alright, let's go at least to the Gloomwalled Rift. You know what it is? It's probably you need to do 22. Because the season mod gives you sort of like the +1, so you like if you do a level, it lets you start at the next one. The base game never did that. So since like the the increments for saving progress used to be 5, they're probably 2 now. So if you do 20, you'd have to do 20 to 22. That's my guess. Let's see, a Gloomwalled Riftgate. Let's... Purging of Mending. We don't need the Poison Res. Don't need the Aether Res. We need to upgrade our belt very desperately. But... in the meantime, we'll work on swords and medals and some armor pieces other than the belt. All right, we start with Gale Slice. We're still walking around with 10% Phys Res, which is one of the things hopefully we'll be able to fix. The MIs aren't going to really help with that, though. Or kill everything, otherwise you're probably going to miss a healer. That's just going to be enraging. Shrewd of Amarasta's Flurry. I mean, percent cunning is about the most useless thing I could get on this. It's more damage and slow res, but we lose the health. Cunning's only worth a little bit of OA. So I'm going to say no. Impervious of the Arcane Blaze is not bad. And yeah, I can't believe I'm looking at something like this, but I don't think I'm going to make the change, but it's just reminding me that like a random green item might actually solve some problems for us. Stalwart of Psyche. Like, really game. Alright, Stronghold Defender. It's not, obviously not for this build, but maybe one of these guys wants to drop one. Aether Fire of Fortitude, Mystic of the Eagle. No. No. Absolutely worthless drop so far. Oh, Celestial of Attack, okay. It's level 92, so it's... But I believe Celestials was giving percent elemental damage. We lose the stun res. He gets CDR. So we need to find another way to get stun res. Otherwise, we're just going to die. But we might be able to make this work. Mighty of Amarasta's Flurry. What's the other one I had? Stanching of the Winter Storm. This is also level 92. So it's an immediate reason to not like it as much. This is We'll check for weapon upgrades again. And then we will move another rift in Gloomwald. Hopefully that'll get us a living ring. Maybe. It very well may not, but... Almost Dread does not have a Spectral Longsword, so we just leave because you're not even worth fighting. Yeah. Now that we're at 94, I think the higher level you get, the more expensive vendors are, especially if you want rare affixes. So I was fine throwing away a little bit of iron on vendors earlier when leveling, but at a high level on a fresh start, I feel like that you don't want to do that. You have unlimited funds from other characters by all means, but I think there are better things to use your iron on in this case. And you also don't have a Spectral Longsword, so goodbye to you too. Alright, let's see if we get Locksmere this time. Got him. Mirror. And our buffs come back up. We killed him while Mirror was up, so we were fine. But, so in the meantime, we can do a quick Warden's Lab run because we're going to need Aether Crystals, so it's just a good quick way to get some. Okay, now we can go to Gloomwald. Okay, so the Nane Stash quest on Ultimate gives you access to a secret vendor who is part of the quest that you need to do to get access to Lokar, the super boss, who drops the leveling set. I got a totem here. Hyrene's Bulwark, which we just got, usually drops from Beast Totems. It's an insanely good shield. And we actually, I think 19 is the max Fizz Res. We're not using on this build, but it's definitely, definitely a keeper item. So we are going to drop a portal here. We'll go up and get the next Rift Gate, and then we'll portal back for Lokar, for the Heart of Darkness, which we need for Lokar. Just going up here to see if there are any plants that might drop a living ring for us. So here we need to go get a smith to craft something called the Black Tallow, which in turn we hand in to get a Heart of Darkness.
Looking for a new you? I am we were never.
So Black Tallow takes a Rift Stone. And this lets us craft a Heart of Darkness. And now that we have that in a certain other place, a sword will spawn, and with all those three things, we can get access to a portal that takes us to the boss. We drop the portal there. We're going to get the next Rift Gate and then port back. It's an arcane, which you want to kill instantly. We're almost to Revered with Coven as well.
Whatever it is you think if you all group what you I can
Alright, let's drop a couple things off, sell a couple things as well.
Got something you need stashed?
We have a good amount of blooms. We haven't crafted anything that requires them yet.
I'll hold on to that for you. Come see what's left of my wares.
Alright, Stalwart of Frostbite was not even worth keeping. This is a level 84 base, we're going to drop that. I think if we are going to change our shoulders, it's going to be for something that gives us a good bit more than we have. So minor improvements aren't really worth trading for. But
See you around.
anyway, let's reset. Get some more farming in. So the other thing with our lower level Gale Slice mark is it's of shadows, which we use to cap Shadow Strike. And that becomes a potential issue. If we don't have that hard capped, I mean, it's a damage loss. There are reasons why it might be worth taking a damage loss, but we have no reason to fight these trolls. Dervishes of Prowess. Not on this build. It's not worth it. All right, I think I do one more Cronley run, focused on the weapons and Gale Slice. Maybe think about some better shoulder options if we can farm something reliably. Impervious to the Arcane Blaze, level 94. It's actually pretty nice. I mean, maybe we actually look at the incendiary shoulder plates that drop. They're not going to give us anything, but the affixes could be useful. Ascended shoulder plates we can't look at because that converts away from our damage, but stuff that doesn't is fine. This is Vit to Pierce, which doesn't really matter, but it's also kind of useless. Feels a little bad to have a pretty much worthless base item. Alright, Stalwart. Let's see, Devastating of Scorching. So Devastating is... This gives us... Alright, we lose health. The damage is worthless. Yeah. Not that great, actually. Better idea in theory. I mean, the odds of getting, like, of shadows or something that we want on that item is pretty low with how loot works. Well, interesting. I don't know if I'm ready to lose the health, though. So I feel like it's at best the side grade. Maybe a tiny upgrade, but... Consecrated spines. Consecrated of the Fox. Infiltrators of the Boar. Hold on. Alright, that's +2 to Blade Spirit, which isn't great, but let's see. Alright, so we get massive armor upgrade, we get damage, we get physique, we get spirit, we get DA, we get OA, we get Pierce Res. Oh, and Infiltrators has Stun Res. I think we got a winner. 27% stun res. This is 28, so we make up for not having Maven's Wit. Alright. I mean, I'm still going to finish this run up here, see if there's one last elite, but yeah, I think that's it for now. Infiltrators of the Boar, we slap the Chains of Oleron.
Safe storage, no questions.
We had a Kingsguard powder on this. We're probably going to change up some of our augments as well, but... Alright, let's see. Get more damage. And Celestial of Attack. Put a runestone in this as well. I mean, we'll just take the runestone out of the existing one and get Mankind's Vigil on this. Alright, so that... Our DPS is... Our OA is almost... 3k. Our DPS, let's see with Lethal Assault. 152. Yeah, we need DA, of course, but I feel like we can probably actually swap some augments. We can lose a little bit of health for some more DA. This is what, 200 flat health, so losing a bit, but
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around.
okay, then let's I think we haven't done the weapons on this yet, so let's give that a shot. I think we're probably pretty close to wrapping up for the day, but we got to 94. We have some good finds. We have respectable armor, even if our phys res is still hot garbage. Looks like he has a spectral longsword from the distance. Frostborn of Alacrity, Shield of Frostbite. Incanters of Frostbite. Oh, it's level 92. It's level 92, but let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Incanters of Frostbite. Frostborn of Alacrity. Shield of Frostbite. Incanters is like Panetti stuff. The Glacial Frostbite is level 92 as well, unfortunately. The Chill the Frostbite's 94, which I mean, these are at least respectable. We're not in the field. We're not looking at major upgrades though. I do want to see if we get any luck with living rings though. That might be going into Thursday's stream at this point. But we'll try a couple of runs. So, and no Locksmere, alright. Also,
Safe storage. No questions asked.
yeah, we are nowhere near crafting Serenity, unfortunately.
Safe with me. Promise.
That requires 15-1 to go spirits. So that's going to be a while. But that's something else that'll give us reflected damage reduction. In addition to health, chaos res, +1 to all skills, not just Arcanist skills. Sorry, +1 to all skills, not just Nightblade skills, so including Arcanist skills. So yeah, this Living Ring, Harmonious of Attack is pretty good. It's a level 70 roll, which obviously you want that to be higher level base and higher level affixes, but it's still very strong, so that's probably going to be the last ring we replace. We will also see where Sylvaria is. Devastating Living Ring of Attack. I'm almost certain that's an instant upgrade over one of our Living Rings. Yeah, the Searing of Scorched Runes. Alright, so it's a little more elemental damage. We lose some health. We gain a crazy amount of OA. We lose a little bit of Pierce Res. We get Chaos Res. Like, I mean, it's not amazing, but it's still good, and that lets us invest a little bit more defensively with our augments, which until we get some good defenses on other gear, I think is going to be pretty important for us. All right. Okay, so Savaria is here. And the sad thing is this does not have plus to Nightblade, but this is almost still a better belt. But I do want to farm the Gargoyle Girdle, so I think we'll just leave this be. Okay, so this is a good place to farm blooms. We might get another living ring if we're lucky. Impervious of Arcane Balance would not be bad, but it's a creeping ring. Not even that we need Impervious, it's just it at least does something for us. Okay. Now we exit this and continue to the Barrowhome Rift. Maybe we'll do 1 or 2 runs to get a upgraded Nightblade belt. That tends to not be a successful. Cheese, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I feel like the Gargoyle Waistguard, the RNG on getting those is just so poor, but we do have to do it at some point because the one we have is just about as worthless as you can get. Yeah, that's an option. Charge Living Ring of Mending, that's worthless. Move on. drop a portal here, get the Barrowhome Riftgate, come back, get our free Wendigo Spirit for killing the ghost. Yeah, I think I'll do 1 or 2 runs checking that one totem spot, and then the run up to Korvac. I only have that unlocked on normal though, but if I get something usable in 1 or 2 runs, that's pretty easy. And yeah, if that doesn't work out, then we craft a couple +1 to Nightblade belts. Really? There's a healer here? That's... Alright, we'll go to normal. Like, it's not going to scale all the way to 94, so at some point we'll want to upgrade the belt again, but it's still going to be an improvement. So 2 totem checks and one. Oh yeah, okay. There is a totem here, which sometimes is a good omen. No gargoyles though. We'll do this twice, and then if that doesn't work out, we will craft the belt as a stopgap measure. So the belt's at least going to give us some OA and resistances, no matter what the affix is. And we don't care too much about the Vit to Cold conversion, unless we're using a very specific ring augment, which we're not going to do at the moment. So this does scale up. We could get a 94 belt here in theory. Impervious of Thunder. Thunder is worthless, but it's more armor and it's better resists. And yeah, alright. I'm going to just keep this unless something better drops. I'm not going to do a second run. I'll just deal with having way more resistance than I need. Though if we have that, then that actually opens up some options for changing our Soleil pants. So we'll no longer care about those resists. So maybe we farm Soleil 1 or 2 more times, since we have additional options now. Might even get a level 94 one, but okay, impervious of attack. That's going to be the winner. Unless something crazy drops here, which nope. Okay. So let's go down and fight the Soleil boss 1 or 2 more times. Because the impervious of attack is only level 90, so it's not the end-all be-all, but it's still an improvement. And now that we don't need impervious here, if we got like a rune carved or something along those lines, that could be very nice indeed. So yeah. Oh, right, we don't have the, Alright, so I guess we have to do this on Ultimate. That's okay. We don't have the Dreeg Waystone anymore since we turned in the Hidden Path quest. Alright. The armor is 29 or 2395. We are going to keep the anti-venom salve. It's a nice little boost to our armor overall. Let's try the Soleil boss 1 or 2 times, just see if we get an upgrade. Replacing these shoulders is also going to be a priority. I mean, I typically just use SR set, but well, thing is, as long as we're not getting Fizz Res on the shoulders, the Barrow Home shoulders have flat cold, percent cold, health, poison, vit res, +3 to Shadow Strike. So that's an option. Some of the other options cause problems for our conversion, which we don't want. The other thing we could be looking for shoulders is physical resistance. Like Zentaran gives us +3 lethal assault. That could be interesting. We need to do Shattered Realm for that, or get Kaimon to we can't do Zentaran because we're death friendly with Vigil. But yeah. Ligorian's Corruption as a general utility piece can roll with 6% Fizz Res. It has % OIDA. We get if you get a health roll on that, that could be good. Yeah, Iron Maiden's Mantle. Yeah, +3 to Mirror. Yeah, that's an option as well. And yeah. So there's some options if we do SR. We could also farm Ligorian. Alright. Let's do a couple Soleil runs. I mean, we could actually just take a shot and farm and kill Ligorian again. That just takes a little bit longer to get there, so if I'm not sure I'm going to use it, I'm kind of a little reluctant. Prismatic of Amarasta's Flurry. mean, we don't need elemental res. Damage isn't bad, but not really an upgrade. I think I'm not going to farm Ligorian, at least today. I may do that as a bit of a stopgap. At some point, we also need to do some Shattered Realm to get our other skill and attribute points. So maybe we'll do a couple more runs for Soleil, and then if we don't get an upgrade, we'll just leave the character as is today. Thursday, we'll be doing some farming, and if we are feeling confident, we will try Lokar. Johnny, thank you for the raid. Unfortunately, not the best timing. Hope we're getting ready to wrap up here. We've been doing some farming for better gear for a couple levels after hitting 94. Could maybe go a little longer, but okay. Shrewd of Menhir's Wall. It's not great. While we're here, we can try to get a better Spectral Longsword. Yeah, no, we're getting ready to finish up fairly soon. How was your stream, though? Not a Spectral Longsword, alright. We'll go down here and we'll also try Locksmere because we're still kind of deciding whether we want to do Spectral Longsword or Locksmere endgame. Spectral Longsword is going to give us more damage per hit. Locksmere is slightly better AoE because of the extra points to Nightfall, and also it's like 0.8 seconds off Shadow Strike. Nice. It's always good to find a game that kind of captivates you. Nope, you don't have a Spectral Longsword. Alright, we'll go try Locksmere again. We'll do a... So we got raided, we'll do a couple more runs than I was planning on, but... We will, maybe we'll get a Living Ring upgrade, we'll try that again too. No Locksmere again. So yeah, Soleil boss, we're hoping for something with health and damage. Like we can, especially now, we can afford to lose a little bit of OA for the time being. We'd rather have more DA. Prismatic of Blight, no thanks. Let's see if we can get another living ring. Then we'll try another Spectral Longsword or a Locksmere sword or two. I'd like to have just a couple good options of each, just to kind of do the comparison and see how it feels. Totem's not going to give us living ring, so we skip the totem. Rare exception to the whole see totem, click totem thing is if you're farming something. Stalwart of the Cabal, not that useful for us. Alright, let's try a couple Spectral Longsword spots and then Locksmere. Alright, I'll put more points in Shadow Dance. That gets us a bit more DA as well. Once we get the right augments, our DA will start to look semi-respectable. Force of Habit, Viley. No other reason. It's like the route I know. I just kind of autopilot. Well, looks like he has a sword at least. Shield of Arcane Balance. Level 92. Let's see. So it's flat cold, flat elemental, plus 179 cold. Health. Apparently that Arcane Balance is also attack speed. So the cold roll is a lot better. Flat elemental, a third of that is cold, so I think this is probably an improvement. Alright, we'll quick No Most Dread run and then try Locksmere again. Like we're sort of at a point where unless I get something that's a significant upgrade, I don't want to bother. But especially since a lot of what we're getting dropped is level 92, so the not 94 base. So we may Shield of Soul Warding. You've got to be kidding me. And Locksmere. Alright, Viley, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by. We'll probably be raiding out soon as well. So I get a little more farming done. I mean, everything, for the most part, I feel like we've made some very good progress with the build. Oh, yeah, we do, I think of balanced steel might also be health, so these pants are helping us with that. Mirror, 3, 2, 1. And our buffs are back. Hold on. Okay, so just real quick, obviously these don't have augments or components on them. I'm just kind of curious. So, damage seems comparable in terms of DPS. So you put the Cold Stone and the augments on them, and this will change our Shadow Strike cooldown to 1.2 seconds. So this is Glacial Frostbite and Chill of Fury. This is, yeah, like, if we have good Locksmere weapons, I think that's going to be an improvement. And one of these is even 94, so yeah. All right. Let's do Soleil, Locksmere, Sylvaria run for Living Rings. I think we are going to probably switch to Locksmere Shadow Strike. I'll keep a few Spectral Longswords on hand in case I change my mind, but I really like the playstyle of super low cooldown Shadow Strike. So if we can play around that, we will. And we've got Locksmere again. 3, 2, 1. And we successfully killed him before he, let's see, hold on. Shield of Arcane Balance. Oh, and this is level 94. Okay. We might have something here. Now let's do Soleil. Renegades of Fortitude. Pierce, Aether, Bleed, Physique, Cunning. Oh, no. Not worth it. Sylvaria. Alright, we are not getting distracted by totems. We have farming to do. So, plants, fine. Everything else, ignore. Yeah, ignore the trees. Just focus on these guys. Ignore the totem. You get too many of those guys around, they can bottleneck you and be a little bit dangerous, so yeah, I'm not going to just ignore them when they can kill me. And it is free blooms, so alright, let's do maybe one more locksmith run. We'll put on the slightly better living ring. No locksmith, so we reset. So while we're resetting, we can, I guess we can try the Soleil boss again. Thing is, if we go with the locksmith weapons especially, we want the Slith Scale Pants to hard cap Nidala's justifiable ends. To get that cooldown as low as possible. Like right here. We actually can put 2 more points in that, which we'll do, especially if we switch to the Locksmere swords. That should change the cooldown to even with our current gear to 1.1 second for Shadow Strike with Locksmere versus is what yeah, 1.9 seconds with our current setup. Warding of the Aether is worthless. Locksmere. Watch our buff bar while we killed him before that became an issue. Storm Charged of Thunder. So am I ever going to do a Lightning Shadow Strike build with the Locksmere sword? Probably not, but if I do, that is one heck of a roll. But hey, Kibbits, welcome in. We're getting ready to wrap up, but keep saying one more farming run. Yeah, it's like playing Civ 2 back in the day, Johnny. One more turn becomes 100 more turns. Alright, yeah, we really want health and damage out of these pants. I mean, if we get DA, that'd be nice too, but just not stalwart. Clerics is beautiful, of the Aether is not. But I will put these in the bank for some random Aether build, because that's actually a pretty good roll, and they are level 94. Just think, if you're not doing sort of a SSF run, or even if you are doing an SSF run, a lot of stuff you find will be good for other characters in your account that aren't SSF. There's always at least some value, especially when you get to 94 in these farming runs. Right, Locksmere. No, that's a different mob. That's not Locksmere. Alright, but we'll take the Aether Crystal anyway. hard not to get distracted by groups of elites which have a chance of giving you other items and gear upgrades. Like, these boots have plus to Shadow Strike, which is good, but they're really not the best. Order to Void Fire, even for 94, that's not worth it. It's like a single res like Chaos Res is just really hard to justify as a affix for any sort of endgame gear. So the odds of you needing only Chaos Res and not caring about any of the other stuff you're missing is pretty minimal. Locksmere. Aggressive of Fallen Skies, really. That's not great. Level 92. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. I promise we will be done soon because I can only do so much more of this, and I do want to save a little bit of farming and such for Friday Thursday. So I think we'll probably end Thursday by showing whether we can do Lokar. I mean, like, best in slot is probably, if we're not doing Shattered Realm set, it's probably Frost Dread chest, just for all the cold damage. Warding of Squalls. No. Alright, Locksmere. Let's see if you're here this time and you want to drop something decent. No Locksmere. We'll try one more time actually killing Locksmere. And then our next Locksmere kill is going to be the last thing we do. Except maybe we'll change out our ring augments to get some more DA. We also haven't really done faction rep for Forgotten God, so that's that'll be a thing for us to look at next time. Resonant of Thorns. And it's also still level 92. Yeah. I feel like it's still not really an upgrade. Alright, no Locksmere. I did say one more Locksmere kill, so let's hope this hasn't cursed me and isn't going to take us all night. Stalwart of attack. It's 94, but it's not good enough. Like, stalwart as a prefix is almost never good enough. Like, I'd rather get DA pretty much any other way. Locksmere. Mirror. Alright. Buffs are back up. Let's deal with these mobs quickly. Pick up our Locksmere sword. Sanctification, I think, is more elemental damage. Let's take a look at this. Shield of Arcane Balance. Shield of Sanctification. Sanctification, okay, is all damage. And damage to Chthonians. Sure. Alright, let's... Right. We need to do some selling. Yeah, Tacticians of Alacrity, no. Shield of Frostbite, no. This might, I'd keep this if it was a 94, just for another build. These we'll keep for somebody else. I'm gonna keep this Storm Charge of Thunder because I might do something weird with the Lightning Shadow Strike. That's kind of worth having around. Alright, these we're gonna get rid of. Okay, Chill of Soul Warding, no. Chill of Arcane Balance, this we can hang on to. Encanters of Frostbite we can hang on to. Frostborn of Alacrity, now that we sell. Chill the Frostbite, that's actually proper level.
See you around.
Safe storage, no questions. It's safe.
Alright, let's go Coldstone.
Got any more scrap metal?
Yeah, we're fine on Aether Crystals, I guess. And where's our yeah, Creed's Cunning, here we go. Alright, so DPS is listed at 132, yes. Obviously they're different affixes. This is listed as higher DPS. We also get a bunch of health. Our bleed res is going to be a bit of a problem, but we can fix that with bloodied crystals. Alright. You know, I'm not quite ready to make the swap. I think we are going to switch to Locksmere, but we need to fix the bleed res and I think probably upgrade these shoulders and get a little closer to where we want to be for endgame so that I can start putting on endgame components. So I'm gonna leave it here. We'll link a final Grim Tools for the day. And yeah, the plan will be hopefully finish this build on Thursday and start a new build on Saturday. I'm kind of enjoying the quasi-fresh start, so I think I'll do that again. But let's see who's on. Let's go raid Rainin. Appreciate you guys hanging out, and hopefully see most of you on Thursday and on Saturday.